Alrighty then. Whee! The time has come. I must finally play this game. Let's see. Audio, music effects, voices. There's voices? Vibration. Hi, Sang. Welcome to Questionable. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that's funny that you can just turn it onto a visual novel mode. I'm thinking I'll probably do mainly the first case, but I have no idea.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors,
I think the whole family has COVID or something. Oh,
great
dude.
waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
He's dead.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh. I see. Oh no. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue. Greetings and bienvenue. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 5. Feels English. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors is to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumei University. 3 years ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. I can't believe I killed him. Yeah, I know, right? Now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Oh, wait, fuck, it's him. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Is this my first time seeing the first case? Kinda, yeah, because I forget everything that I was like, wow, I watched People for 2 seconds, and I kind of forgot, like, literally everything. So, yeah, I am pretty fresh. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. I'm in for a treat, oh baby. And yet, I still seem to know better than you on how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm so sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Jesus Christ, is that... I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in this university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. In Japanifornia. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And then he faded away, never to be seen again, until today. It was straight after that, and that's when it happened. Asogi may have a word. Who is talking now? Oh, him. Her? Him. Her. Him. Professor! I didn't know you were coming.
Well, this case is personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To his Excellency's chambers. Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. Oh god. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yeah, thanks, Kazuma. It's really hard to keep all my male voices straight in this. This is awkward.
If I may.
Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic science at Yume University.
Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name before, from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad.
Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if you should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
What?
As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you.
He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing?
The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission even in the most favorable circumstances.
I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer!
I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry? What do you mean?
You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway.
But then, what should I do?
Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not.
Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on the unforgettable trial. That was him talking in his mind, and I fucked that up. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. My dual destiny. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that may have determined that this be the powers that be the powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll be clear. It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, that's Gaspin's ancestor, so I wonder if I should do this really loud, squeaky OBJECTION!
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! What happened to my middle finger? Why do I have a giant gray mark on it? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotobo told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotobo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Ryunosuke is so nervous, it's adorable. He's so panicked. It's so good. Very well, the court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? I don't know, man. Do you see his face? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all prisoners. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Is it therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken?
My competence?
What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am at this point. So let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh,
yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough.
I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well, dude. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Did you hear that, Ryunosuke? You have to press the R button. It's turning turn. Let's make him music in some type of way. It's so true though. Wait, hold on. Did you hear that, Ryunosuke? You have to press the R button. Do you see the R button before you in the middle of this courtroom? It's right there. Right underneath your right thumb. Your right pointer finger. Right there on the desk. Do you see it? Do you see it, Ryunosuke? If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? What does that mean? Are we just living a lie? Are we living in a video game? Oh man. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. Oh my god, I'm like a magic man. You'll find details about your victims in here. When you're done, press B to go back. Aochi Takesutsu. Little love for the changes to cultural reformation is brought about, obviously by his outfit. John H. Wilson, 47, victim of the case. He was a visiting professor of medicine. John Wilson. It is the boy John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. But what if I, make him wait, another 30 minutes by just staring at you and looking at you? I'm just trying to figure out where that wind is coming from, Kazuma. How are you doing that? Man, okay, we're not gonna play. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present it. Right now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. AC's blasting in that court. Man, it must be going hard in this time period. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Just a bunch of dude waving their head down like a tube. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. I'm changing the judge's voice slowly, I just noticed. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMA University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And he pieced out. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. You remember that cutscene from like 10 minutes ago? Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. Wait. Whoop. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's visiting professor from Great Britain. A visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant Naruhodo. Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life?
State before the court the cause of death.
The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Rinosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Do it now! I showed this to you like 2 minutes ago, dude.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the gunpowder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this more modern scientific evidence into the court.
The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Wow, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ugh. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. I am fucking desperate. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats, man. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. See, even he sees it. He's just like, dude, what the fuck is going on with that? Oh, this guy.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
This guy has clearly never been in a restaurant. I don't think he wants to, according to the court record.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was then when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Oh, that's what his voice sounds like? Objection! Oh gosh.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjection.
Yes, I mean, what?
The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But
the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh.
if I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was a gun in it. With the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say?
There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? Coming up all that bullshit. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I don't know how this game works versus the normal Ace Attorney game, so I'm actually not sure. Well, we can... We'll have our turn. He said we'll have our turn, right? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Rinosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have to go to Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Yes? Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Well, Sonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. What could go wrong? Apparently that. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation, to say the least. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscious waiter. Conscious? Conscientious? Did I read that right? Was it conscientious or conscious? Oh yeah, it was conscientious. This literally proves nothing? Yeah. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Yo, there's this sick MS Paint drawing. Something certainly seems to have shaken. The waiter's business card. Oh, the waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Man, I'm just gonna let him keep coughing. How's everybody's day going, you know? Probably better than this guy at this moment. And probably better than Rinosuke's. Man, if only this guy had water. Excuse me as I drink some water out of my cup. Refreshing. Waiter's business card. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant layout is on the back. Thank you for the hydrate. So, the court has now heard a pieces. Hosonaga needs a hydrate regime of his own, if only. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully on you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, if it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back at my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Oh, very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Literally no one has called him a saint.
Oh, this is a very nice part. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Noza, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the fluorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curia Korukuta at your service.
An antique? Oh, wait.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival. It's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Hi, Tomo. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred, blah blah blah. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by and ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
This man looks like he's gonna fall over at any moment, and that guy looks like he's gonna, like, just be a tree.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical decision with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Runosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. It was there. I was really tired. And after I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Oh, coffee sounds great. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. An English-made car right next to the chair. My bad. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Rinosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this desperate, despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of— Oh god, why? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean the defense. Defends its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, let me guess.
The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma, he is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? Oh, isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier has said has to be a lie. Well, Yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! He's not quite there yet with the slap, but he's getting there. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Cross-examination. Begin. Alright, so he's talking about having beefsteak. He's like, I'm talking about stuff. And he's like, at that precise moment. So let's press this statement.
Yes.
To get more info. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative, I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel on your gun to the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's statement. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Ah! And double ag! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? I heard a baby cry. Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. I got an award. Cool. What the fuck? Why did I get an award? What? Wait, hold on. No, wait. Hold on. What the fuck? What? Why did I get her an award? What happened? I kind of you emit merciless from your body. And then got an achievement for it. Okay, so he's like, the firearm just discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. And from the back. Okay, what do we have? Ah, yeah, so we have a photo that says it was shot in the front. And he's saying that I fired on the English civilian from the back. So, hopefully I don't have to press this statement.
Yes.
Because sometimes they make you do that. Am I gonna get penalized? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Touching some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. Oh god, I didn't read his name. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo? What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir.
I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh,
What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back but he pushed it down again?
Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant? No, sir. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesa no, sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. You've been awarded an award. Inconsistency sneer. Da-na-na-na-na-na. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Oh god, his body like actually rotated when it shifted over. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Roll credits.
But I definitely saw him, that university cadet here. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself? I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The Hohe Kuban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I had preferred my Hohe treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless... Oh, but wait, wrong voice. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as cubicle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signature to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido. Teenshin. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Cute. I feel like I regret hearing anything this old man has to say. Nothing has happened in this court case so far. By the way. That's true.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises of the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
These Come on, man, let me finish. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of your outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen at the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that Takesuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Bernosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Alright, cross-examination. Okay, so what do we have for evidence? So we have business card. Okay. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young man in black, much myself did see. What does he mean by this? Okay. Yo, you brought a magnifying glass with you to court. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you may have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one appears to have been caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic, yes? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card be submitted as evidence or not? Might as well.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us. This is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible venues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's almost a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Yay! What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right! How dare you assert your rights? I can't believe Ouchie has never been young in his life.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused Korekuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, all by yourself.
Okay, let's see. What does this have to say? Okay, so we have a medical report card that has, like, no info on it. Like, I can't even examine this. Let's see. No one other than the black uniform cadet would have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Okay. I'm gonna press this second to last one out of curiosity, and then probably the first one just to see.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only one single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference in opinion on that.
The opinion of a uniform officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what?
Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in his most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san?
Okay, so I did get the medical thing. Alright. Have fun with Monster Hunter thing. I'll see you later. Thanks. Okay, so death occurred after 2 is caused by lost blood, gunshot, bullet in arm. Oh, there's a magnifying glass. I didn't even realize there was a magnifying glass. What? Neat. Mental report from Hota. Didn't pass through the body. Wait, where was this? It was found in his pocket. Okay.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes? Victim, document. Okay, so we did do this one already. No one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched Englishmen over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to fail to see the professor's dining companion? It's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo,
It's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right! Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Renosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Those are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use R. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using L. Oh. So I feel like I literally couldn't do anything because I didn't know about this information. Okay, you can move the crosshairs around to search for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use R, L, and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Okay, so can't find anything out of place. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. It's almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I have to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay. Alright, so let's see more information over here, just out of curiosity. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, and all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. I have healthy curiosity. Thanks, game. Alright, let's open it up. Oh! Wow, look at all this somewhat blurred, redacted-looking information. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas? That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink, besides water, for 3 hours. Post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated because it had 0 information when we first got it. This is the best day of our life. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again. Don't you? Definitely. Blah 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 blah. Dining all by himself? I think not, bitch.
Yes!
Well, I think,
What are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, remember that, Rinosuke. You don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies this court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who...
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued a report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that was as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours, post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What?
No, that can't. Korakuta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
there's more.
You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see that the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there is somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial relentlessly. Cosma! Are you insane? You would take on the government for this? Don't worry, Consul. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! Those two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that there were two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit to the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Oh gosh. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just as you say, you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Sorry, I'm coughing a bit. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, So you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Rinosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. I think he's just actually an idiot. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there only are a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouth shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes in my head.
Sorry.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
What? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I want to say this guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Rinosuke! Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's real identity as proven by this evidence. I'm probably gonna... Let me examine this real quick. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see what... See, it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. That's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence if they're willing it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Is there anything else on this thing other than that? I can do this now. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly! And that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Hmm? Oh, yes. What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they're in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself? Don't you? Study hard, Rinosuke. Is there anything else other than those two pieces over there? Chief Inspector. Okay. Bitch! Yes. Alright. I cannot do anything from that. Sorry, Your Excellency. It's the back of the card. It's the back of the cards that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Boy, you might wanna take some more English classes or something. I think you might be a bit off on the grammar section. Would anyone else? Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Ah, yes, Cusco's poison. The poison meant for Cusco. The poison specifically made to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That poison? Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. On the front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Hold it. It is I. Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? What the fuck, Rinosuke? Oh god, that felt too real. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one more point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this or other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views its currently terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezebel Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must be now up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well.
My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Nothing will get in my way. Except maybe tuberculosis or something. But that couldn't be happening right now. Especially not in feudal Japan. Especially not in this time period in Japan, where TB is definitely not a common thing at all. Definitely, absolutely not. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the stand. I said it was Jezebel, but I guess it's Giselle. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Ooh, half-hour recess. Pretty good.
To be continued? How long is this opening case?
Alright, well. This is the longest opening case in any Ace Attorney game? You gotta be kidding me. Alright, let's go. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants, Antechamber number 5. Excellent work, Renosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we're exposed your Phantom Lady at least. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along, and people weren't listening to me, and it was just so frustrating. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom. My powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are.
Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't keep his best friend avert, the worst case rises in his life. Or blah, 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 blah. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosmo. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Kippu! Yeah, real lawyer's hours. How does one lawyer though? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into a battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a great fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Oh god.
Defendant Naruhodo.
Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. I forgot what I used for the bailiff voice already. It's been 2 hours. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Cosma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I would already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming for you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this just isn't my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yumeyo Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd of November. 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Court, Row 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Rinosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've formed with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations really is so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Rinosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign governments, opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up, Yuki boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
Yeah, you tell him, Kazuma.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Rinosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes.
I could study harder. Man, everyone should be as honest as Rinosuke.
Your Excellency!
Oh boy, I have to do this voice now. Oh boy. Here we go.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true—
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh wait, sorry. Wrong voice. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did. Didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke. But powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Yeah, don't worry, Kazuma. Rinosuke's only got eyes for you. Pera 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 pera.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Pera, 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 pera.
Pera, 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 pera.
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Giselle, you gotta work on your handwriting.
She's a doctor at this point. She is in the medical ward. They did say that, so I think her handwriting is on point for being a medical person.
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Renosuke.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
Pera, 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 pera.
Pera, 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 pera.
She says, yes.
This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Pera, 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 pera. Pera, 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 pera.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Pera, 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 pera.
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this court shot the victim in cold blood.
Order! Order in court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? And we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. This time, definitely not the 4th time we've said this in court already.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Pera, 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 pera.
Pera, 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 pera.
A frightening and sorrowful sight.
Pera, 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 pera.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered myself only a beefsteak.
Pera, 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 pera.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Pera, 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 pera.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. By the way, I hope you guys are enjoying whatever the hell I'm using for these voices, because I am not sure what I'm doing. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel.
This is what Giselle's actually saying. Can I get a bit of water? Can't I get a bit of water? A bit of water with my steak? I believe I want to eat it raw with the professor. As I am discussing things with him in a bit of a spit of water, you know? Oh, it's quite no cockney, yeah. Sorry. It's Tuesday, you know? Anyways.
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Renosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're coded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's just so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, she does not know how to do laundry here. There's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Renosuke, you're not thinking of... No, Renosuke. No. Don't think about doing anything rash, Renosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Bitch. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Cross-examination.
Begin! I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, let's go press that argument part, because we don't know what that's about. Boop!
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. Oh my god, he learned how to slam the desk! You did it! You did it, Renosuke! You did it! But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. I'm sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Shut the fuck up, Ouchie. English is the future. We must all speak English. It's slowly getting stronger. Yeah.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman.
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly inefficient and insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes. I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that is when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Let's see, then how long afterwards accused took the professor's gun and shook.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you cannot deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's, that's true, but, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor. I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into that matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Peta, 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 peta. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. But your honor, she said no, therefore she didn't have one. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could have at least the courtesy to pay attention to when I'm goading you. No, Ouchie, no. I fucking hate you. I like your descendant more. I like Winston. At least he's Ryunosuke, but also shut up. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, fine, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Ouchie does not have Winston's hair game. He doesn't even have past Winston's against Mia Fey Winston's hair game. He does not even have that. What a guy. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Well, I pressed statements that I thought were suspicious, but I guess there's different ones.
Yes.
Let's see what she meant by this. Alright. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue.
On Vogue? In Vogue?
Isn't that right?
No. A decisive English no. Has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would at lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes.
I am just gonna press every statement, as that is not gonna fail me. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful, because I've gotten literally nothing from nothing else.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing?
Calm down, Ryunosuke. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. The boa. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Runosuke. What was this thing like this? Alright, yep, so that's the only one.
Yes!
Oh my god! That's it! That face is so good. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Man, them saying photographic print over and over again is like getting tongue-tying because it's so fucking long. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Runosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
How are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Fuck. What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Oh, minutiae. I see. You say. Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Obviously she was drinking from the vase like a fried lady should. Well, yes, indeed. Obviously, it has flowers. She's refined. She has to drink out of the vase. It's just pure logic. Don't you put sparkling water with your carnations? It really enhances the flavor. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Pera, 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 pera.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. I'm just waiting for her to have, like, serial killer eyes when she, like, actually shows her eyes.
Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd! Imagine if her eyes turned out to be just 2 pencil dots. I would actually be horrified if I saw that in real life. She's a ditto in disguise. Just ditto, 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 ditto. Just like in Detective Pikachu when the lady takes her sunglasses off.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
Giselle ditto. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Pera, 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 pera.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handbag pouch, handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case.
How dare you use that so-called logic of his in a case of court of law, where we use logic? How dare!
Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, that it's... The glass, I mean? If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No! I mean... that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or the place. I wanted that soap. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position too. Sorry, I will. Cause we're gonna cut you down. You wanted that soap? Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this I fucked up, I see. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. I'm gonna repeat everything I just said. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper... Fuck, I pressed A again! Shit! Okay, let me just, go through this dialogue again by accident. How many times I have to tell you this? Stop stealing some. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But, what if she forgot to mention what's her handbag? Oh shit. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. You know, besides the fact that I had to talk to you about soap twice in a row. But, you know, I had faith that you would pick up on it eventually. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel's Brett's handbag, Miss Gisele's Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Professor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Cosmo?
Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Conveniently, I forgot about it this entire time. The print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Ah!
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Wow, that must have really hurt his back, I'm gonna be real.
Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency.
A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Cosmo?
I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content, the inside of your cell, like the gristle on that steak.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosmo, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosmo.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we cannot contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Renosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I... Oh?
Wait, Your Excellency! Renosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
This is amateurish. It's getting tedious.
When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling.
That is the most basic protocol of the court.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print you just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Renosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga had submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Hey, how about I save the game? Just in case. I do notice one thing that's interesting.
Yes!
Look at this here! There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. Wait, did the steak plate have, like, a bull, like, engraved on it? Because it's like one of those hot plate kind of things? Yeah, I'll look at it again. Pretty sure that there was something like that, right? Yeah, right there, on the edge of it. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Pera, 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 pera.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She has to shoot them all. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Renosuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back right open. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence... Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yeah, I can. Cool. This one, bitch.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible on this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore.
What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? I don't know.
Yes!
Wow, these photographic prints sure are amazing. They are amazing and beautiful. The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Renosuke, you're a genius.
You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible, which is a serious injury
Yeah, such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine him having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
Yes, Hosonaga strives for perfection in everything. There is no flaws.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear a scream cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without a question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it.
Rinosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. Holy shit, it's been 3 hours of this case. Holy fuck. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, what are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already?
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Ooh.
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot?
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case has turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brent knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Okay, so before I continue talking, I'm gonna take a wild shot in the dark of what happened in the case. She spiked his sparkling glass water with some sort of poison because they work in a medical lab together. He drank it. He died of the poisoning, and he like slumped over, hit his hand onto the plate, got the burn mark. And then that was all after Rinosuke left. So she retrieved the glass because she knew it had traces of the poison in it. So she put it in her bag and then did all that dumb. I took it away because I was scared bullshit. That was so much bullshit. And then she waited for the right time where her planted gun on the floor would be good. She shot him or something. And then that happened. Yeah, he was dead the entire time already.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
My Herlock.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Wow, rude.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you are so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rinosuke. Okay, so for her voice, I'm trying to go for like that, like, Maleficent kind of tone.
Well, it's somewhere in this tone. It's very, very prestigious, you know.
But yeah.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. and it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. The Ministry of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Fucking finally. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yeah, do that smack. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the final cross-examination. Okay. She has no idea when he burned his wrist. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report show no other possible reports of gunshot. If there's other way a man's life could be taken without leaving the place poison, please show me. Of course, the country's inferior is... Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's try this story first. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that correct? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you! I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the course, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from a ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put it into the innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Unless you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ugh. Press every statement, leave no stone unturned.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However, if a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Is that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces as well, all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Do I even have anything that could probably prove that, though? I don't think I have anything at the moment. That's just the gunshot. This will probably become important later. Because I'll probably have to present it to say, like, the poison traces are on the glass or something like that. Alright, let's just press every statement. See if she gives any more evidence, if they add on anything else. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. You okay there, dude? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Renosuke? I think it's going terribly. Aochi just being a simp. Aochi is just like pinnacle simp. He's like, he has like the looks of Gaspin, but he has the personality of what's his name? Winston. He has like the worst personality that Winston Payne got later on in life. That descendant got. Where's justice for Gaspin? No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Renosuke? What, Renosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, so this game actually uses mechanics from the Layton game? The crossover game? Because that is a mechanic from that, where you press on a statement and you can actually go to the other people reacting. That's pretty good. I really liked that mechanic, so I'm glad that we can do it here again.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of Great Britain. Oh, wait, let's skip through this dialogue again and wait for the opportunity to present itself so I don't have to reread all this dialogue.
Wait.
There we go. Wait, how do I... Oh, yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue this man and the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Rinosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left or right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to either people in that stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. I'm pressing the D-pad, damn it. D-pad, no. There we go. Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. Objection! What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. You're getting there, Rinosuke. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, I keep saying Hosu somehow, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Cosmo slams the table. Rinosuke baby slaps the table right after. Yeah, it's like Cosmo goes bang, and then like Rinosuke's just like, Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example.
Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water I took from the victim's table. Oh, took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I could see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can say I condone the witness's actions, but I can't condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The carbonated water victim and the best Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was in the
Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about?
She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Hosonaga, my man. That's how I feel too, Kiro. Runosuke, you can't even see her eye. Oh, it's so true. Can I examine the bottle? I can. Well, I can read the label, I guess. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be some very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. I go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Oh, you can examine the liquid. That fancy water imported from France. Yeah. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Rinosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rinosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter, Rin? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Rinosuke and Cosmo looks having the water as they tip the bottle upside down with no cork. Don't you know? It's frozen. Alright, take this.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order! Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting on the same table as the professor, able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful.
Whoa.
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from?
She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I love that she has her own custom interjection. Yeah, I do like that a lot. I feel like they really did take on a lot of stuff from... Wait, is this before or after the Layton parody, the Layton crossover came out? Because, like, I like how that one had, like, custom lines from, like, random ass witnesses. Like, a mere punching bag was punching bag was his name, where he's just like his one was just like objection or whatever, right? Because he's drunk. I like that guy. He's so stupid. Anyways, back to this trial. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten that what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered the tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Game came out between Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, a few years after. Ooh, okay, yeah. I really do like that they're taking a lot of stuff from that crossover, because a lot of the mechanics in that game were actually really fun. Although the FPS on the 3DS could not handle having all 7 of those witnesses on that one case. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No. No!
The music in this game is also very much like... Yeah, it is. It's very, very... I guess they were like, well, we're going for the English angle. Should we take some hints from the crossover? And they were probably like, yeah.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. But what if it's not poison, but it was sleeping medicine? Put the professor to sleep, and then he conked out, and then she killed him. It doesn't have to necessarily be poison. Can't necessarily have to track for that. It's technically not a poison to trace for. It could be sleeping stuff. Furthermore, the accused who by their own admission was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter was resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Kazuma.
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you will excuse me right now, I really must be leaving.
Who? What? Oh, wait, right. Wait. The teacher sent her away to do something.
Please wait. Please wait.
No, wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Fuck, what did I use for her voice again?
I think I went for Maya's. What? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped up in a furoshiki cloth. Here comes the best girl. How fucking long is this case? It's 3 hours and 40 minutes so far. What the fuck? Yes, I would like to say. Oh my god. November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Court, Room 2. It's only been an hour. It took me over 5 hours to stream this case. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. While reading everything. Oh, God. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. But why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, young girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. I am most grateful. Grateful? Grateful.
Oh god, I don't know if I can hit her tone. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory at the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curae and effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curae? What's that? I've never heard of that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immense removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record.
Goodbye then, and good luck. And good luck.
You have had long enough, Consul. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Renosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance, even though they said that at least 6 times by this point. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely...
Forgive me, Miss Brent. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Maybe I should look it over first. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate your prey. Browse the entire party and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render a body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for this respiratory arrest caused by as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first. Patients would die of suffocation. Interesting.
Yes!
Actual competent judge. Yeah. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University during research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death.
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it was produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Consul. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But, after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles to control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. That sucks. Someone and then someone for the gallery. That sounds fucking horrible. And you're suggesting this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto known poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All of these facts, you think you're so clever and... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and announce the results as you discover them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act!
Well, Miss Brent, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it.
The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny? I don't think I could have did that right.
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brent?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Glug, 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 glug.
Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all? How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Yep, she laced the glass. It's the glass. It's the glass she stole. God damn it.
goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? No.
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, it's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Ugh.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Ah, yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've gotten more than enough time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This case has just been Uno reverse cards like the entire case. Like the entire case has just been Uno reverse, no you. Like the entire case. This doesn't make any sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been a poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Rinosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. No, that bottle doesn't contain poison. I don't think so. Not in this situation. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Rinosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to be represent? That was a guileless ending of a promised line. Oh, whoops. I was penalized for that. Okay, I guess it was poison, but... Okay. Sure. It contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense, refuses to change its position, even though I did 2 seconds ago. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. Like he disbelieves you even if you pick the right answer too, right? Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Can I read this again? Let's see. I want to say the glass. Fuck it.
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused. Oh, penalty. Whoops. Alright. I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. If it's just the fucking report, I'm gonna be mad.
Yes!
Okay. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. I probably read it wrong and, like, didn't interpret something. I'm probably dumb.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Probably the practical applications?
It's written right here under practical applications, I think.
Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect. That's a practical application of, the poison's use as a drink, maybe?
Objection!
You'll have to do better than that. Oh, I got penalized. Again. I shudder to think how well you'll fare in the 20th century if we're led by the likes of you. Yikes, yes. Read properly. Thanks for the concise advice. I'm bad at reading. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken care of with no ill effects. I better reread her research paper because I'm actually fucking stupid. And read. Ha! You don't have any more of a clue about the English language than I do.
I concur.
Alright, let's see. What part am I missing? Is it really the special characteristics? Oh, route of entry. Wait, we've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. I fucking... Okay, cool. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Oh, right, I'm actually stupid. I'm actually stupid for not thinking of that. But if they were to use those laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left on the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper right here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see.
Oh! Right, because he had his tooth pulled out. Duh, fuck.
Yes.
The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh god, it's alive. Rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it could possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say? Oh, I read that weird. What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce curare is safe to ingest, it seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the poor professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, wouldn't he? That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court. Order.
The fuck am I reading it like?
Okay. Logic holds if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Oh my god, he did it! Let's fucking go! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Well, you see, he went to the dentist. Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same poison as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. For a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside of the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used the knowledge to orchestrate this. The music's so good. It's so fucking good. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip.
This fucking bitch.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No!
What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman! He just smashed that bottle and in the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You want to get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid you will never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel, for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him in from the front is this little schoolboy. Ah, yes, with our precious English carpets. Did I forget to mention the carpets are English? From England? Were they English? Objection! No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke and Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged from the find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead's body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. So you see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt? Every color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I guess so, if you're really zooming in on it. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's killer really must have been is... Beep boop skidoo.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Yes? What is it?
He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak you took to the victim's table that day.
Wait a minute, where are you going? Where are you going with this little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on that wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, with a spattering of blood.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett. Oh wait, Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Oh my god, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's courting. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it. Meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime thief because of it.
You did what? What?
I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it. Look how proud he is, right? I fucking love him. I'm just really concerned about him coughing out blood. I really hope he doesn't have TB. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. I'm so tired. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Dun 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 dun. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Wait, what if this is Sarge's plate? I was right there on the table. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Yeah, wait, what if this is Sarge's plate? He had steak, and then he must have eaten more than her. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. It's fucking goose. Swan, I mean. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ugh. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ah! Sorry. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Ugh. Was the plate I saw?
was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is just it now? I'm lost.
Rinosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clue at all? There is something. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a merely newly affirmed ally of the country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel, for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are learning. Where precisely on this plate of the beefsteak is this new clue to be found?
Oh God.
Oh God.
This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat?
It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot different. A lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware.
So this is a symbol of La Carnival, is it?
Okay.
Huh? What in the world is this? Oh, it's the coin!
I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoya era, I believe.
No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there?
This is Stardust steak.
Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban?
Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable.
This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of Hoei Koban.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion and bullion.
And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means...
Got it!
No, Counsel. I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous a bit. Did I not point at it?
Did I not point at it? Hello?
And I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's on the Hoya era too. Okay. Okay, so they're talking about the thing.
Can I please present it? What the fuck happened last time?
Good gracious, that's...
Koban? What on earth?
A Hoya era one at that.
Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it?
Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hawaii koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Consul? A rare Hawaii koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if we can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban was found underneath the beefsteak is... Curio. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Korekuta-san.
Curie? As in Mr. Cumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when this happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hawaii era koban, my prized coin!
In this Hawaii era koban? Do you mean to tell me? What is happening? Oh, you know, just stuff.
No, please. Why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's steak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. It's been 4.5 hours. I can't believe we're coming back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. I'm playing Uno. Yeah, I am. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I become a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen—
Ah! Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Pull me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Sarge's foot. Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such a unconscientious thing?
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial. But I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Hi, Taylor.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover co-op operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yes. I took the job on of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak?
I have like one penalty left, and I'm so upset.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Ayasanosa.
What? How?
How dare you?
You monster!
Monster? Oh wait, I'm saying his voice wrong.
You monster! I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of this.
You would punish the blame of all your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa.
Well,
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop.
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
Oh my god, what is happening?
Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep your country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ending conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for the lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant.
The place is heaving with money.
Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping on my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? He put up significantly less of a fight than anticipated. Right? He fucking just gave up like within like 2 seconds. It wasn't easy, Mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Her. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Please let me point out what this is actually about. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Object, Rinosuke. Object, please. Rinosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time to be daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Rinosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, pure madness even. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see some evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's truths truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? I'm gonna say, because I have one penalty left and I'm very fucking upset that the earlier steak thing caused that. Okay, this.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been bitten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishwoman would ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Payne, can you just fucking pay attention for like 2 seconds? And particularly, then take a good look at this steak, in particular where the edge has been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything while using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on this steak at all. But, what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. Of course, this will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything... I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Rinosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks on a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence that, in this case, evidence that will prove beyond without a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has been on several hours already. Yeah, no kidding. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? Why, of course, it's our good friend, Satoru Hosonaga.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think you've been withholding You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kotokuto-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she's mind me handling her stake in real and final time to give it. In other words, the stake the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet this gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. And as I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. You just don't touch another man's steak. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what I had to be done. Unbelievable! Man, I really want steak now. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant! So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you know. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers? I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. I love him so much. He's so cool. I mean, so fun. I love this character. I love Hosonaga. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The
blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ugh. It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Mr. Zale Brett. It's you!
Oh. Outdone by a Japanese. Me by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no!
That was weird. Oh, she's dead. Aw, look at the babies. And the little black one. That was an interesting breakdown.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Oh my god, it's almost over.
It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in the water. I love how on the cover of the art book for this game there's those two little chicks heading everywhere in the picture. That's cute. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. I concealed a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor was always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I wouldn't notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
obviously. I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor on his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Well, we'll never see her eyes. It would seem that this trial has finally run its course. Yep, no kidding. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Not like the likes of this rookie.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Renosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You're brave. You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yo, Kazuma got some reach. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Renosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. And thus the pain's fate was sealed, truly. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western's ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asobi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. I too believe that this science thing will become important someday. Yeah, and then there will be a thing called an autopsy report that gets updated every 20 minutes. It'll be amazing. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Renosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, right, I have to go to the bench because I'm getting sentenced. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Renosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. This is a lot more economical, the pedals. This court is now adjourned.
We're free. Yeah, Ochi's still just frozen in shock in the background. No, 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber 5. You know what? This actually accurately lasted about as long as it did in real life. I still can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Rinosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
Good afternoon. All of your hard work has certainly paid off.
Oh, her.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report, Miss Bretz, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words really should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course. The Steel Maya lineage? I don't know.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba.
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before.
It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson
to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that is right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson?
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, in medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already, with my own eyes. And it reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will not be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Or jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must But what's this all about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her?
But then, who is going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, the normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to respect of our governance, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for such a young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time for great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. There is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I'd love to see where the murder happened. I shall go in and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. Naruhodo. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills make the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right after the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Just gotta believe. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial.
I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face some seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Cosma. There's something I wanted to ask you, actually. Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. Arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. Please bring the save screen up. So my very first trial came to an end. Cosma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. What do you mean he did things? He did things. He saved your ass a couple times by stealing evidence. It was because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. He clinched it so many times, little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh my god, it's finally over. My throat is so tired. Oh my god. I'm so tired. Alright, let's return to the title screen. Oh god. Oh dear god. Start case 2. Oh god, I will. Oh god, no. Oh god, I'm so tired. Ugh. Oh gosh, I hope everyone had a good time as I narrated that entire 5 hours. Jesus Christ, that was 5 hours. Oh god, my throat is so tired. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you, Kiro. I'm really happy you had a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed the voices. I actually do sometimes voice stuff for Zelda Universe. I do some stuff for their dubs, but it's the first time in a while I've kind of done one on an entire playthrough. Like, I do it when I'm like bored on my own, but like, yeah, I've never done a full narration on stream. Normally I kind of just like gloss through information, so yeah, this is my first time doing a full dialogue thing, so I hope you guys had fun. My throat is so tired. I'm so scared of how long the second case is. I'm probably gonna break that up into pieces if I ever do it. So, yeah, that'll be fun. Alright. It's shorter? Okay, maybe that one will go through fine. Same with third. Okay. So, for what abysmally longer reason, this first case is 5 hours. Holy shit. Okay. Fifth and fourth are pretty long. Okay, those ones will probably be broken up. I'll probably break it up by like investigations in court. Because normally there's like 2 investigation statements and like 2 court segments. It's probably going to be a while until I scream the next part. But, yeah. Also, thank you for the hydrates. Alright, let me see. Who's alive that I can... Oh, good, Peachy. We can raid Peachy. Peachy's awake. I don't know if anyone wants to, I guess I could do a raid match. I never really normally do them because usually nobody's talking, so, how about... How about... How about this? Four and a half hours? Okay, I can definitely do that. Fourth case, 7 hours. Fifth case, 12 hours. Okay, so we're definitely gonna break up fourth and fifth. Quite a bit. That's a lot of hours. Holy fuck, this is a long game. I never seen a long last case since fucking Spirit of Justice. That last case takes fucking forever because it's technically 2 cases. But anyways, yeah, I'm glad you. I hope you guys had a good time. I'm gonna go raid my good friend Peachy. She's playing Raft right now. It has nothing to do with Phoenix, right? But I hope you guys have a good time. All right. Alrighty. Oh, they just started? Perfect. Alrighty. Thank you guys for joining. Oh, I'm really glad that you guys had a good time. But I need to go die now. Alright. Ready to raid in 3, 2, 1.